That moment when I decided I was going to uncover the face cam and instead I get the Namazu. Yep, that was a misclick. Alright, we are in business. Technical difficulty. There it goes. Look who it is. I'm slowly and progressively starting to feel better, so I figured it was time. New phone, who dis? Bitch, get out of here. Yeah, God, I could even like hardly raise my voice earlier. I felt like such crap. I mean like completely drained, no energy whatsoever. I'm starting to feel a little bit better though. I don't know why. Like my blood sugar has just been like creeping up all day long and I've just been chasing it with one dose of insulin after another. It's leveling out. It's not as low as I would like for it to be, but it's kind of getting better. And it was like I said not too long ago. It's not that I feel like exhausted or tired. I just feel crappy. Is this a norm? It's not my like preferred or usual state of being, but it is common for me to have episodes. Atmospheric pressure changing. I mean, you never know. It something as simple as just being a temperature change where it's uncomfortably warm or cold can cause my blood sugar to fluctuate. Changes in my mood can cause changes in my blood sugar. Um, Even like physical activity. My landlord actually complains about the fact that like when I take out the trash, I'll either put it at the front door or put it on the front porch because me and stairs with my nerve damage, I don't get along. So like I won't actually take the trash out because I know if I go up and down those stairs too often, that's gonna cause me to have a nerve pain flare up, which then is gonna cause my blood sugar to go up. So I'd rather just have somebody else take it out when they're like on the way out of the house. It's crazy. Yeah, and that's what I tell people all the time. Like any of my one conditions by themselves is not that bad at all. But when you take into account, why is my microphone like so far away from my face? It feels unnatural. There we go. But when you take into account how they all like affect each other, it's just this vicious circle of just going around and around. Blood sugar gets high, my nerve pain acts up. When the nerve pain acts up, it causes my blood sugar to go up anyways. And the same thing on the other end of the spectrum. If my blood sugar goes low, my heart starts racing because I have tachycardia. Or if my heart starts racing, period, like my body's trying to use up more sugar because it feels like it's in marathon mode. So it just, a vicious circle goes around and around. No, not at all. And that's the thing about external stimuli when it comes to my conditions. Like anything and everything can cause it to go one way or the other for whatever reason. So I always use the analogy of cat and mouse because it's just a constant game of playing cat and mouse with chasing my blood sugars and reacting and treating them and attempting to stay ahead of the curve as much as humanly possible. Funny coming from a Rothcat. No, I mean you pretty much had it right the first time. Rothcat, I like that. Can't type. So, Naka, I think I mentioned it before, but we have a soft deadline for Hrothgar head stuff. Wait, what? Oh, are you talking about when they were talking about hairstyles and stuff for like Vieira and Hrothgar's? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. They I was actually watching Zepla's review that talked about that a little bit too, after rewatching the live letter from the other night where they are working on it and that it is going to be, not too terribly long after the release of Endwalker. So they're working on it and it's coming because there's definitely been a lot of demand for it, a lot of talking about it on the forums. That would make sense because with all the development that went into the new features and capabilities and just the plain expansion of the content and the pushing out with the housing market, which the area and the residential districts will be available by 6.0, but as far as purchasing, will not be available until 6.1. But just the facilitation of that has taken up all their attention. I mean, they were even saying during the live letters some things like the actual production of the trailer itself for Endwalker was like literally right up to the last minute before they put it on production on the live letter. So they are literally to the skin of their teeth with everything at this point, even with the 2 week delay. Yeah, 6.1 is Pandemonium with the 24 man alliance raid. Alright, Takeshi, let me record that real quick. So I guess it would make sense for 6.2 for the other smaller stuff to be added onto update patches. Ooh, excuse me. Gonna have to give my float to someone. Oh, no, no, no. Dixon was asking to do Gamba with me to do 100K, and it's kind of like, as much as I would love to, like, between the staffing, the announcements, the streaming, like, I don't have the moment to Gamba myself. I'm sorry. Oh, no, no, I'm not saying I couldn't afford it. I mean, obviously you can see my gil right there. I have over 5 mil in pocket. But it's just more so like right now my attention is spread in 4 different directions, so I don't have the capability or the attention span to Canva at the moment. I'm sorry. Oh, time. Um, Possibly it would probably be a little bit later on in the night. Because especially when I was off cam, I did find a few other resources to post our events and our scheduled promotional site, I guess you can say. There is, let me actually find the link to their public facing page here. All right, so this is their customer facing site. But this is kind of like a comprehensive list of all different types of clubs, nightlife, role playing venues, general listings for like everything miscellaneous, artists. Like it's just a comprehensive list of just different places to go or people to see in terms of role play and player created content. So we actually did get an invite to be part of this some time ago, but I've just not had the time, or it wasn't high enough on my priority list, on my to-do list, to finally get around to doing it. So tonight gave me that opportunity. So I've been filling out all the information and posting our stuff for our events there. Or it was buried so deep in your five booklets that the first page of your most recent booklet was all you could see. Like it sometimes is that bad, especially considering that I don't necessarily when I write stuff in my notebook, it's not like a digital one where I can easily just rearrange what I want to be at the top of the list or not. So it's not even like sequential order either where I have like one item per line of the sheet. It's more like wherever the pen landed on the paper at the time that I thought to write it down is where it ended up. And then sometimes I might have to circle it or put a rectangle around it to kind of differentiate it from everything else I've written on the page. My notebook's on my bed, so I can't reach it at the moment. But yeah, it's a mess. It looks bad. And sometimes I even use it during work when I have to draw like diagrams of like certain people's security systems or how their HVAC system is set up or how their networking is put together. And I have to do these little diagrams to keep up with how everything's connected. It's a mess. Dixon is ready to take on somebody in Gamba though. First game of the night and for myself in this. Take Dixon's money. Take it all. I don't know about y'all. I am not feeling this gift for Gab song here. We gonna thumbs up on that one. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Brain is not working. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Ban. It's been a hot minute since we got one of those bots, actually. I don't know if I can with this song either. Y'all want to go to the moon? We're going to Endwalker. It's this song, this music track. I want to go to the moon, man. Oh my god, we got a few weeks before we get to the moon, but hey, we're all going. Oh, that was funny. I don't know why that tickled me so much, but it did. If it wasn't for the fact that we were going to the moon in Endwalker, I probably would have skipped this song. But that's the only reason why I'm loving it right now. Oh god, it's got me crying. Oh, it's great. The Tide Titus Jordan Matthews gets it. He gets it. Ah, oh goodness. Oh Drake, I think Dixon was trying to play death roll with you. Oh, okay, I see the question. I was still trying to catch up with everything that transpired. Oh yeah, Dixon actually logged off entirely. I don't know. I guess they didn't hold out long enough to get a proper clarification or explanation. I've got my finger in like three or four different conversations at the moment, and I'm struggling to keep up here. I really want a mood souring. I wouldn't call that a mood sour. I was about to say I wouldn't give it too much water to hold any weight or anything because we don't know their circumstance or what could have been going on their end either. Because they just logged out. It wasn't like they just simply left. They just logged out all of a sudden. Yeah, because I was actually exchanging tells with Dixon because they were a former member of Echo before too. Because they were wanting to start off to Gamba with me. And that's of course when it's like I've got my hands full. I can't Gamba right now. Um, But yeah, as soon as I tried to message them back, like my message didn't even go through. So it sounds like as soon as they went upstairs, poof, logged out. Ooh, ooh. Oh goodness. Apparently role players got hold of some juicy information. She put out a tweet roughly about 4 hours ago, uh saying that she had some information that will destroy third-party applications of D&D. Someone broke their non-disclosure agreement. Like, ooh, okay, get it, girl. Okay, so like in full disclosure, the the tweet that she put out, this was 4 hours ago when she said she wanted to contact somebody in tabletop role-playing game news because she had some information that will destroy third-party applications of D&D. Somebody broke their NDA. And then of course, roughly about 20 minutes ago, she also said the story has already been sold. Thank you for inquiries. And no, I protect my sources, so you'll have no idea who spilled the beans and when. I might retweet. Wait, I might retweet it a bunch though. Okay, so assumingly she sold the story to a news source. So when it's published on said news source, she will release that information. So right now we are currently in limbo to find out more. Well, it's a public tweet, so there's no reason I can't share it here. Let me grab the actual link. Oh dang, I know, right? Like dang is right. Like okay, get it, get him. I mean, NDAs are no joke. If you have like whatever reason to break an NDA, you better have a very, very strong platform to be standing on for breaking your NDA, because that is a huge legal liability to yourself to break that. So make sure to keep an eye on like all of your Google News updates for whatever news resource says something about somebody in the D&D industry. I'm gonna be highly curious myself to see where this ends up. This song ain't hitting the spot. Which is so sad. Last night, Soundtracks had a wonderful selection of music. Tonight, they're kind of hit and miss. Oh, I have a person. Hi. I was bouncing back and forth over Discord and OBS. I didn't even realize somebody was right in front of me. Whoops. Oh, did they? Okay. Sometimes I find it how silly I feel when I'm trying to be completely professional in a role play type situation. But I do treat the echo chamber like a place of business. Not only do I think that fits the roleplay personality and profile of Nakata, but I also, I guess I kind of say it for liability issues as well. I want to make sure that we're following rules and terms of service and make sure nobody gets in trouble for anything. Oh, it is almost Veterans Day this coming Thursday. Holiday season is so confusing. Too many holidays in such a compressed amount of time. Fresh blood. Add a little variety back to the Echo team. I honestly feel until we get to the point where, whenever we open up at night, we have too many people that are volunteering to work at one time, or if we finally get to the point where it's a first come, first serve type situation, I think that's when I'll draw the line on where we can close hiring at that point. Because I know everybody's got lives, everybody's got appointments, situations, whatever reason may be IRL that they can't work for whatever reason, or sometimes you're just, not in the mood for it or not up for it. And of course, I still want this to be fun for people and I don't want it to be an obligation. So until we reach that point, I will continue to hire. Well, Drake, as far as the casino goes, we are going to be making plans at the turn of the year to one update our policies and have more of a strict like guideline and set of rules as far as like betting, any betting fees, exactly how the games will work, and actually have something posted in writing in regards to that. And also, we're going to be making the casino area bigger to accommodate for more games and more people. And since your niche is triple triad, that pretty much guarantees you a table either way. Because there hasn't been anybody else either showing interest or gunning for that type of game. What I may also end up doing, because I have given this a little bit of thought, is unless we're able to pay for our website on card.com, I may have to ask certain dealers to maybe make their own website for any particular games that they do want to host, so that way we can actually have something in writing. Um, because with our personal Echo site, we've run out of room for stuff. Like, it only gives us 3 pages. Each page can only have 50 elements on it at any one given time. So they're extremely limited on how much information we can actually post to them. Do I have to redo everything? No, I don't think you would. Um, and honestly, this is just brainstorming. This has just kind of been my thought process as of late. So it's not anything set in stone, or if we can just come up with any better processes or ideas. But for our policies and our rules for the games that we will have available, depending on what casino dealers are able to work, I do want to have something in writing saying these are the rules of the game, these are, our limits, how the process works, what the fees will be, and then go from there. So that way, if anybody has any confusion or needs clarity on something, we have it in writing available for them. Oh, goodness. I definitely know that that was a joke, but like, honey, I don't think you looked at my search info. Say, not only do we have a potential employee, but also a new member for the Order of the Echo. I am a-okay with this. Ah, I get it now. Okay. I'm on the same page. All the dots have connected themselves. That was, IdleCam did its own thing. There we go. That's what I meant. Don't mind me. I'm just scratching my toe. Now, one thing that I am planning to do, which is a little bit more set in stone than other things, is I am, after I kind of clear it with Silver, I want to make sure I don't, upset her with anything in the club. But I do want to get in touch with a couple of those interior designers for hire to see about doing some like massive renovations for the club itself. I don't want to go full scale to the level and the point of where some of these other clubs where you see that it's been like completely modified to the point where there's walls that make hallways and entry points, and closes off other parts of the house just so that the sole attention can be focused on the dance floor and multi levels and second stories. Like, I don't want to go to that extreme, to that level. I do want to keep it a little bit more simplistic. However, I do want something a bit more extensive while still being practical and functional. Because I do want to expand the casino tables and the area for the casino. I do want to have a little bit more emphasis on, of course, the stage and the dancing area. And then I do want, I guess I want to say the hot tubs to be more compartmentalized instead of right there beside the stage. And then have a second story, like VIP area, that's able to overlook everything. So I do want to kind of rearrange some stuff, bring in some additional lighting effects, and just these little glitches that you sometimes see in other clubs, and a DJ stand. I definitely want to make sure we have a DJ stand, just without, again, having these multi-layer tiers that you see in other venues where they have to completely just ignore the rest of the house. Might be extending our TT dealer selections. As far as like having somebody else also offer triple triad, I'm not sure if I follow. Oh, I see. Okay. Now I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't played too much around with the custom features of triple triad. But other than draft, which I know gives you a random selection of cards, so that way it doesn't matter what you already have in your pocket. But on top of draft, are you also able to select additional rules on top of that? Um, like the plus or sudden death or whatever the other options are. You able to add an extra layer on top of that? Oh no, has it? I mean, it makes sense. Where are you talking about? Because this is not on Twitter itself. I don't see like a long thread of comments here. there are two preset rules you have to set yourself, and I can set two additional rules after that. Yeah, I haven't played around with the rules too much, so I honestly don't know the intricacies of that. Anytime I've ever played any triple triad with rules is when I go out and play with the NPCs that kind of force it on you. Well, I mean, I could see where it could start quite a discussion because of however what the terms and conditions of the actual NDA is or was. But at the same time, she was not the one under an NDA. So that's really no legal responsibility to her. Will it maybe upset somebody? Probably. But at the same time, if you broke your NDA, you broke your NDA. That's just how the cookie crumbles on that one. I think I've maybe only signed one NDA in my entire life. And that was when I was working with a mental health services vendor. And basically, the NDA says that if I was to ever get terminated or ever quit the job, that I would not be able to join a or get hired by a competing vendor in the same industry, which was like a 5-year agreement after my separation with that company, if that shit had come to pass. But that's the only like, which I actually think that was a non-competition agreement, not a non-disclosure agreement, actually. But even still, same difference. Yeah, she's under no obligation. I mean, if it's not her signature that is on the dotted line, then it has nothing to do with her. She is doing nothing more than being an information broker at that point. Yeah, that was the only company I had ever been with that made me sign a non-compete clause. But after that, I think I've been in the CSR industry for, oh God, 8 years now. So it's not so much like NDAs or non compete I have to worry about. Is my biggest worries are just compliance. She will get the legal version of "Don't do that again." I mean, I don't even know how it would come down to that. The oh God, like unless they are like quoting her word for something, like they don't even have a case for like slander or libel. Yeah. And I mean they basically have a, fart in a breeze chance to really win a case of that magnitude. Just not worth it. Granted, as I've said many times to other people before, my education and my know-how when it comes to business law is, well over a decade old. So, whatever precedents or policy changes over the past 10 years that may have occurred, it's probably over my head. But yeah, again, it's like just because she shared information that she came in possession of that she has no legal responsibility or obligation to leaves her completely in the clear. I mean, the worst thing that could even which is not even a legal thing is like maybe social perception with the concept of social responsibility. Yeah. She has no like on paper legal responsibility to this at all. I mean, there's literally this. Oh God, I remember applying for these jobs a long time ago. But like, there's literally jobs out there that have people tracking down companies that are like illegally using software that they don't have licensing to. Like, there's literally people paid to do this kind of thing, to tattletale on people that are breaking like contract and licenses and any type of legal liabilities just by using computer software that doesn't belong to them. Which that was a conversation I had with somebody not too long ago when I was trying to like actually modify and edit my logo, my One Wing Healer logo. Like I didn't have any photo editing software at all, and there was a few things I wanted to do that I just didn't have the capability because I didn't have the software to do it. So and this also came up when I was talking about video editing too. But somebody had offered me like a bootleg version of Adobe. I don't even remember what it's called, but basically the Adobe version of video production software. And like I just completely threw my hands up in the air, and it's like as much as I appreciate that and would love to capitalize on it, that if for some reason somewhere down the line, I do become big and famous and whatever somebody who comes in possession of this knowledge has this petty vendetta against me for whatever reason, that could be used against me in a court of law saying that my emblem, my logo was created using non-licensed software and I could be facing a lawsuit and having to pay a fine for that. So, no thank you. I will pass and actually purchase software to design, edit, and modify my logo. Thank you. And I take that kind of stuff very seriously because with my day job, like we have a full um, office suite, access to Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all those Microsoft programs. I have access to that because of my employment with my employer. However, would I ever use any of those to help me produce or enhance or do anything in association with my brand, with my stream, my channel? Oh, hell no, because that would be a huge conflict of interest if worst case scenario was to come to pass. So, all of those, like, benefits I get from my day job, I would never ever use for any type of business reason for my branding and my logo. My party finder's still running, right? Oh god, there's 30 other party finders up right now. Yeah, I get really nervous about these 18 plus tags because for some of y'all that remember that whole role play fiasco as I like to call it that happened several months ago, that started up this huge mass like banning and warnings for people that had anything roleplay associated in the Party Finder. That brought up a very lengthy conversation about ERP and its place in the Final Fantasy community in the forums. And because it is considered ESRB, a T-rated game, which means that people under the age of 18 could be playing it. Openly advertising an adult-oriented or 18 plus venue is considered a form of exclusion for other players that could be in the game, which can, and for whatever reason, if somebody has a stick up their butt for it, can and will be used against somebody as a form of harassment in the game because it's a form of exclusion. So I really, really try to avoid that at all costs. So I try to keep it very undertone. I say that we are a RP plus venue, and the only way that you can find out that we have mature content offered as services is by going to a third party website that talks about it. So it's not directly offered in game, and therefore we are still within terms of service. That is for our protection, my employees' protections, as well as the player protections. Like, I am making sure that everybody is A OK. Now, with that being said, I do not condone nor allow for any minor activity to be happening with any type of mature services in the game. And if I were to come to find out there were, there would be major backlash for that particular player, and definitely would not be allowed to do it again. And would also mean that they did acknowledge and lie when they read our policies and procedures. So you've been looking around. And there's nothing that says directly about regional rules and how to set them if possible for Triple Triad. Regional rules? Are these the rules that are applied when you go to play NPCs? That's your rules. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Because whenever you open the excuse me, whenever you open up the menu with another player, it gives you like those two empty slots where you can apply rules. So I'm assuming it would let you do draft as one naturally, since we want to make sure we all play with draft rules in the Echo. And then it just has that secondary one that we just haven't thought about utilizing. So I'm assuming if you did want to apply additional rule, like plus or sudden death or whatever else it may be, that would be another way to kind of add an extra layer of spicy to the game, I suppose. are the top two. So I'm guessing regional would be the ones that would apply as if you were to go into like a tournament or fight an NPC then, for example. Ow. That hurt. I was thinking if you can set it up where one of these regional rules are drafts, so I don't have to keep resetting things all the time. Yeah, I don't think regional is something that we can set. I want to say that's determined on only when you fight like NPCs or go into a tournament, for example. Because even when you set up access for Triple Triad in your house, like the actual Triple Triad board itself is not an interactable item. Um, so it doesn't really give you a way to set up any type of like instant rules for your house if you were to play Triple Triad there. So I don't think that's possible. Should that maybe be a feature? I don't know. That's something that could definitely be suggested to Square Enix. I would definitely post that in the forums. That actually doesn't sound like a half bad idea where the owner of the house or a tenant could actually interact with the Triple Triad board and say, hey, any Triple Triad matches that take place in this house, I want it to have this rule. That could be really useful for, like, especially casino environments. But otherwise, no, no, they still may not do that because even if you get like two players that are completely like unassociated with the venue that just want to play against each other with whatever rules of their own, then that would kind of defeat the purpose. So yeah, that probably wouldn't fly. I don't know. Maybe there's a text command that kind of lets you automatically set it without actually having to physically click on it. And if that's the case, you can maybe macro it, but I don't know that much about it to know one way or the other. When it comes to casino games, especially with the player created ones, I know very little. I've done very little in the Gold Saucer. I've hardly even participated in like the fashion thing, which I just forgot the name of. My brain's not working. My extent of my expertise when it comes to Gold Saucer is the jumbo cacpot, the mini cacpot, and then just all the vouchers I have for that 15 plus extra MGP whenever I go to play the mini games or whatnot. And I really like punching Gilgamesh. That is the one game I am the best at, is punching that little bastard in the face. Which I think is pretty cathartic for anybody that plays that game. Just wind up that fist and punch that poor bastard. I don't have my tea, but I do have my Pepsi. And hello, Helena. Beefy arms. I really hope you're talking about my character because I know I have like pencils for arms. Thank you. That is not the window I meant to click on. Elena, did you and I talk about me going along with Memoria for this coming Thursday? Because I want to say I vaguely remember you and I discussing it, but I'm not sure if I actually put it on my calendar. Either that or I put it on the wrong place on my calendar. Okay. Now I know I had it on my calendar for last week as 6:30 Eastern time. That was on the 4th. Were we wanting to try to do that again for this coming Thursday as well? Do another run around 6:30? 6 p.m. Okay, so I went ahead and put that back on my calendar then. So we'll do that. That way I won't forget. That way we can do that this Thursday. And we'll stream it as long as y'all don't mind. Oh, somebody asking about me? Hold up. Let's see. I'll wait about 60 more seconds so I can do my shout out and then I'll introduce myself. Trying to be careful not drink that whole 2 liter in one sitting. Because I will if I don't pay attention. Diamond X is the only content I'm confident enough not to need a shot caller with. Ah, Spar, that doesn't surprise me. But you know what? I was prepared because I also have a cup of water instead. Ah ha ha. So I need to run all the X's or extremes and Shadowbringers. I've yet to touch a single one. Ah, I'm still upset that I haven't done and finished Diamond EX, because usually by this point in time, I would have cleared like all the content minus like ultimates, and maybe a savage or two. And of course, been busy collecting mounts and making sure I have all the weapons and everything. I've been so behind. Potato Face Bunny, thank you so much for the follow. That is a great name, by the way. Immediately, as soon as I read your name out, I was just thinking of a Lalafell wearing those bunny ears you get from Gold Saucer. Just perfection. Haven't done that yet. Wouldn't mind the achievement. For which fight in particular, Helena? We're talking about the savages or the weapons. You do play a Lala, so that makes sense. Nab yourself a dirty Diablo Deluxe and enjoy the music. Apologize for the coughing. My body's still trying to play catch up here with me. I think you did. I want to say I remember the clause. There's gonna be this Hrothgar suggested drinks. The Dirty Diablo Deluxe. Does our Dirty Diablo even have the word deluxe in it? I don't think it does. I think it's just the Dirty Diablo. I feel ashamed, considering I don't know this already off the top of my head. Uh, it's the Dirty Diablo Delight. That's what it is. Well, it's usually called in public by the short name Dirty Diablo. That isn't the full name. I mean, I know. I just when I heard deluxe, it just like you get that little ping in your head. It's like something about that doesn't sound right. Something about that doesn't sound right. It's the Dirty Diablo Delight. That isn't the full name. I at least remembered it was a DDD name. Yeah, Dirty Diablo Delight. That's the full name. Naka's getting paid for his very silver tongue. I mean, I always try to keep it professional 100% of the time. Unless it's behind closed doors, but that's a different story altogether and for a different audience. Oh, what? Celine, what for? Outside of the door, business, 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 numbers. I mean, at the end of the day, I am very much with my personality. I would much rather be like the behind the scenes, like pulling the strings, doing the paperwork, chained to a desk, supposedly, making sure everything is functioning and running smoothly, all this, that, and another. I've never. I don't want to say I never wanted to be like the face of a company or brand, but because don't get me wrong, I definitely still enjoy what I do, but I would probably say it wouldn't be like my first go to position. That's not how you spell argue. I already paid you. Like, bitch, I already gave you money. Shut up. Well, I mean, technically, any money that is and this is just like a disclosure, but any money that is given to me during a shift that I am working, I automatically put that towards payroll. Because anything that's processed through payroll not only goes back to the staff, but it also goes back to Echo as well. Because a percentage of our total sales does go back to the house, to the free company. So yeah, pretty much. So Drake, she technically did just pay you. From Echo Night. What? That's like saying, the people pay the taxes and those taxes pay the payroll for like police officers and social workers. Like it's the people's money that is making their paycheck. So, there's a middleman involved, yes, but they're still the ones that pay. Only thing Echo does is take a cut. Fine, Elena and I are both right. Semantics. I'm gonna fuss at you like I do my little brother. Like, okay, enough with the technicalities. Same differences are way too involved here. End of the day, money's being exchanged from point A to point B. Alright, so it is like less than 10 minutes till. So being that we did just get some business in. Four totems? Didn't we clear it 3 times though? Or was it only 2 times? Because you get 2 totems per clear, right? I don't know why I felt like it was 4 times that we had already cleared. Yeah, because I already had 4 prior to when we went in there. So, yep, it was only 2 times. Okay. Freaking 3%. Oh, yeah, I remember. We did come really close with that. Sometimes during the fight, I might delay my own res. I mean, actually, it's a very good policy to actually be paying attention to mechanics before resing or accepting a res. Because if you accept a res right into a death-defying mechanic, well, you're just gonna die again. There's only so much benediction and rescue can do. Let me just state that for the record. As a healer. I mean, I know, we're squishy. We're squishy. Not to mention there are, especially in Memoria, healer specific mechanics. I feel like I need to go back and review final phase for Memoria with the guides that are available, cuz I when it comes to those stacks and splits and where you have to separate like north and south because of the column attacks that are coming from north to south, like I see the telegraphs that are going off, but in my mind I'm trying to do it in order of the telegraphs, not in the actual order that the mechanics are going off, and it ruins me every time. How new are you? That was an interesting question. Oh, talking about to Echo. Okay. I feel like this character fits their name very well. He looks like a Bruce. He really does look like a Bruce. No search info, so, sus, but definitely looks like a Bruce. Sit down, Bruce. You only control it down. What? I'm Bruce Almighty. Oh, God. That was just a few blocks. Oh, did I time that perfectly with your drink request? My clairvoyance has finally kicked in. I can't type. Hello, motherfuckers. Please let it work this time. Drake, no. Twitch makes it very, very defined on when you are typing and saying something versus when you actually make a redemption. So, yeah, no, GG, goodbye. What just happened? I'm concerned. Did it really? Oh, I know why. I know why. My audio tracks are so mapped in a different way. Thank you for the follow, Pardaxis. Hey, that's a name I can actually pronounce. I'm proud of myself. Oh my goodness. The alert showed, but not the sound, at least for me. Yeah, just. Again, my audio mapping goes in like 5 billion different directions. So if I don't have a certain button clicked on this third party application and then make sure it's enabled in OBS as well, it's not going to come through on the stream side. I heard it because that comes through a completely different audio driver for me, but unfortunately for OBS, it didn't. Oh, the things that are being said. Mercy. Follow sound didn't though. Look, how it's working for some of y'all and how it's not working for others. That doesn't sound like a my end issue. Because if that was the case, it would be universal across the board. Excuse me. Were you able to switch around your PTO? Okay, so the way that my time off works with my company is very weird. Um because the way that I have to submit it is I one have to ask for the time off in general, which means unpaid time off, just to make sure that I'm not put on the schedule. Once I have been given the time off, basically taken off the schedule for those days, then I have to contact like another person, another department, and say I want to redeem paid time off for X amount of days for this week. Um, so either way, I'm going to be cashing out on the paid time off whether I am or am not working during that time. So I think what's going to end up happening, even though I retracted my first request, is they're going to give me the time off that I originally asked for off over Thanksgiving, which means I actually have some wiggle room for family stuff. And also give me the time off I asked for the beginning of December for the actual release of Endwalker. So I think I'm still gonna get my original paid time off, but for the week of Thanksgiving, and then I'm just gonna have unpaid time off during the week that Endwalker is released. So, do I have the time off to do what I want to do? Yes. Am I probably gonna have about a week's worth of pay missing at some point or another? Most likely. And as a matter of fact, one of the behind the scenes things I was doing while we've been kind of going back and forth is I was trying to see if they would let me kind of shift one of my days off over like one more day because my boyfriend's family is going to be going on a Thanksgiving vacation starting next week. And as long as I can get all my scheduling to come out and be laid out the way that I want to, I should be able to go with him and his family to their Thanksgiving vacation, which means that Naga will be missing for a handful of days, so y'all might have to do without me for a little while. What just happened? I think Chris likes Cell. Urge to say I pun rising. No. No. Drake, no. Just no. Disagree. Naka disagrees with Drake. For iPuns, you'd make a terrible pupil. No, no, take all his points. There is a command I can type to take them all away. I wouldn't do that. I do eventually want to get the coding for one of those dungeon dives that you can do with the bot. And of course, like go in and edit it and change some of the wording and like little story clauses for it to make it more relevant for my channel. I just gotta one, find the coding for it, and two, figure out how to reword it and recode it so I want it to do what I want it to. Do it, you won't. See, I'm not role players. Just because you say I won't doesn't mean I'll turn around and do it. Escort him to the cart. We've got some no echo to do. Wait, what? Was that supposed to be a pun? That was entertaining. I've said that way before I knew her Naga give me some credit here. I'm having to do mental math here. Bear with me a second, y'all. Math is not my strong suit. That's my boyfriend's forte, not mine. Oh yeah. If you're looking at the 2 mil that Drake traded to me, that's the casino float. So anybody that's playing any betting games, whether it be triple triad, blackjack, death rolls, the house provides them with a 2 million gil float. So that way, if there's any like losing bets or whatever against the house, they got some gil to kind of work with and give them wiggle room. Now, anything that's traded back over 2 million is a profit. Oh, I just saw the message from Phoenix. Not that I was expecting her to DJ tonight, since typically it's only supposed to be Mondays and Saturdays, but she said that she basically got sick and wasn't feeling well. I hope she feels better soon. Elemental Orchid. Hey, I know that person. That's actually a good personal friend of mine. And a former Echo member, Echonaut. Words are hard. I give up. Known to me as Papa Bear. If I angle the camera just right, I can have a jellyfish for a head and look like I got attacked by one of those things in Metroid. I have returned to the game. That's awesome. Especially now, if you've already heard, they had to push back the release of Endwalker for 2 weeks because of quality assurance reasons. But yeah, if you need to catch up, you've got time now. But yeah, with Endwalker being right around the corner, is a good time to get back into the game. By the way, did we ever figure out why I can't tag party people in Discord Naka? Yes, Helena, I actually had to fix it in the settings. You should have the ability to do it now. Oh, they are called Metroids? Okay. I didn't actually know the name of them. I just knew they were jellyfish looking things. They suck your brains. What do you have your main character still named as? Is it Queen something or another still? Or no, I actually think I just saw you. You've actually renamed it again, didn't you? Hang on. Yeah, you actually renamed it Ellie Orchid. Okay. I see that. The name of the series are those parasitic creatures. I never like wholeheartedly played Metroid to really follow along with the storyline, other than getting like references. Like, of course, her name is Samus, um, and she's just constantly going through these levels and levels of fighting these creatures of unknown origin. Yeah, I'm divided between leveling warrior or dragoon. I am super excited about the new healing class. So far, far overdue for a new healing class in general. And I know it's going to be like overpopulated with people just playing Sage and Reaper all over the place, and tanks are going to be in high demand because of the fact. Oh, also, Naka, Donovan wasn't updated to shop manager since you were wondering if you did or not already. When was the last time you logged in on Donovan? Do you know? Earlier today? Oh, okay. Well, let me get back out of idle cam. I should be able to pull you up then. There you are. Okay. Fixed. Oh, Autobot caught another word. Jesus Christ. Warrior is about to be a fucking monster in Endwalker. I think a bunch of the classes with all the majority of the reworks they've done are going to be pretty OP, especially with the downsizing and number crunching that they're doing for the battle system as well. Salted Earth for Dark Knight is going to be so much better. I'm really excited with what they're doing with a lot of the ground AoE effects, where they actually now have an additional capability and feature to them to add additional area wide damage. I really like the fact of what they're doing with that. What I would love to see, if it's at all possible, is something similar to the effect of how they have field combos like they do in Guild Wars 2. Like, for example, if you put down a Healing Rain as an Elementalist and somebody goes into that Healing Rain and does some type of explosive attack, like Arcane Explosion, because of the fact you did it inside that AoE of Healing Rain, it causes a additional effect where Arcane Explosion not only does damage but also does a healing explosion, kind of like a Medica 1, because of the fact that you did it inside the AoE. If we could have field combos similar to that in Final Fantasy, oh my dear God, have mercy. I would be having so much fun. Really love to tank, so I think Warrior is going to be my jam. And it's going to be in super high demand. You're going to get insta queues for everything. Gunbreaker look unchanged. Yeah, I didn't see too much. A, I don't want to. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say that they've done any drastic changes, but they've definitely done like improvements, life improvements for Gunbreaker, especially considering now with your like DPS combo where you have those succession of gun strikes that you can do just one after the other when you use up one of your loaded gun bullets or whatever. It's all one button now. So instead of having three separate buttons to have to constantly go back and forth between, you now just have one successive that changes as you go through your rotation. Yeah, continuation and the loaded cartridges. I'm actually really interested to play all the classes, getting them up to 90 with the new changes and new abilities that they've been granted. Because I feel like, especially for like classes like Summoner and Monk, for example, they're gonna have a completely different feel to them. Especially Summoner, my dear God, there's gonna be so many people switching over to Summoner because of the changes that have come about for them. They're actually going to summon. A guy on YouTube likes to shit on Dark Knight, and I'm like, it's fine, dude. You know what? You keep shitting on Dark Knight and watch what happens. Square Enix come out of left field making it amazing. The new anima fight is gonna be nuts. Yeah, the cutscenes already. I am so ready to see the extreme version of that fight with those transitions and those cutscenes. Now, yes, I know, like the cutscenes, or like in Eden, for example, that huge transition that ruins all of your cooldowns and timers or whatever. I enjoyed it because of the simple fact that it did make it feel very cinematic and was a huge throwback to the Guardian Force Eden in Final Fantasy VIII. But it does get very tiresome when you're trying to do it repetitiously, and it's extremely time consuming. I get that. But if they still have something like that in Anima, I'm going to be highly looking forward to it. Kind of like the transition in Hades. They're just, it's such a fun fight. Is a long one, yes, but it's so much fun, so entertaining, and I feel like Anima's going to deliver on that. Still need to go through Eden. Now, have you at least finished like story Eden and gone completely all the way through that? Can't wait to go to the castle on the moon. That's a song. Or should be a song. I'm thinking Castle in the Sky, but close enough. Only just unlocked the first battle. Oh well, shoot. That's something. We'll probably want to look at maybe getting a handful of people and running through. I would love to blast my way through some Eden, honestly, just to relive the fights. Cause unless you're doing Savage, there's really no reason to do Eden anymore nowadays. Unless you're trying to get gear for glamour. That's the backside of something. I don't know what, but it's so pretty. Probably the backside of that altar that's at the front of the stage. 3 Thursday and Saturday. Saturday is usually always booked up for me because I try to reserve Saturday afternoon for time to spend with my boyfriend. So even if we're not able to like physically see each other, we're still making it a point to set aside time for us to talk or play a game together or do something. So that way we don't feel like we're neglecting each other with everything that we get busy with. And then, of course, we have the Echo Chamber Saturday nights. So I won't be available on Saturdays, but Thursday I can definitely do. Speaking of my boyfriend, though, I think it's about overdue for me to find some time to go physically visit him again. We honestly don't get to see each other often enough, or not nearly as often as we would like to. But as long as everything works out with my scheduling and with this little mini vacation his family's doing next week, I would definitely say that entire like 4 or 5 day weekend is going to be pretty awesome. I'll definitely need to make sure I've got like all my medications and everything filled up before I go, but definitely worthwhile. Drake, I see you. I don't think there's anybody else in the house. Okay, there's some jades nearby. Probably not in this mansion, but that makes me really curious. Like, excuse me, are they here? Are they in our house? You're checking for like hidden intruders in the home. No attention to the booze cat. I know, like when you pull up the search list, you kind of feel like it does it by how close they are. So that really does make you wonder. It's like, are they in the Echo House? Like, hello, police? I don't know why I'm saying y'all. Basically, the only two left on the clock is just me and May. I am now in a crawl space of echo. Give me concern. Four doors upstairs. Oh, because of how we got the one room blocked off to save on slots. I mean, technically, it's only two rooms, where each room has two doorways that lead into them, and then the one side that has the open window in between. We just kind of closed off a section to save on slots so we could put more items or inventory slots into the basement. Which we may have to give up one of the rooms entirely upstairs when we do the renovation during the new year. Because at that point, I mean, we're gonna have to have like slots available to put more stuff at the bottom. Let's go ahead and start counting up some monies though. If anyone is wanting practice with being a triple triad dealer, you can either send them my way or suggest they go to the Cold Saucer for open tournaments. Oh goodness, that's one way to do it. Throw yourself head first and pray for the best. Oh, who's on the streaming channel? Oh, that's Sarada. Okay. What is he playing? That is a good question. I have no idea what game that is. Wait, which game? Well, I'll talk about the triple triad right there along with you. Oh, why did that? No. Spreadsheet's messing up my formulas. There we go. That's what I wanted it to do. Okay. Might switch around my Dark Knight glam, though I do love my current one. Is that what you're wearing at the moment? Yep. I mean, I always feel like the Dark Knight has had proprietary over either black and red or black and purples, for sure. Especially if you end up mixing all three. Kind of like how Dragoon's got the total proprietary on what is it, black and blue. I was thinking of it's like the metallic versions of black and blue. I will beat you, black and blue. I got jet black, blood red, and woad blue right now. Oh, okay. I like the glam I've currently got with the Inferno jacket that I've got with my healer set at the moment, where I think it was gold, metallic gold I did for the accent colors that I did with the jacket. And then of course I did the Kupo pants with the black pants and the gold embroiderment on it with the accents. And then with the shoes, I think there's a bit of black, white, and gold that goes with that just kind of complements everything. So I'm really happy with how that turned out. And then of course I've got the devil horns, whatever they're called. I'm still in love with the Bajja tank set because I very much am still wearing that for all my tanks. Dyed pure white. Not the judge outfits that you get from like the next tier that they came out with, which I think was Zadnor or whatever. But the original set you get from the Southern Front, the battle worn outfits you get from those, they look, oh god, both the healing and the tank sets are just so amazing. I love them so much. I still wear the tank version. The judge's armors, I don't know. I just they're too they make you look too much like a Garlean whatever they're called when you reach higher rank and they're wearing the full tin can outfit. What would you think the color of the Anatonels is a good color to go with everything? I personally would say some type of shade of red or orange or in between. to kind of go off with your markings and your actual head fur on your Hrothgar. Ooh, I'm beeping. It's my phone. That is a low blood sugar alert. Let me jump up for just a second. I still had some sweetened tea that was left beside my bed, so I just went to go grab it. I'm good. It was kind of funny though. As soon as I took my headphones off, the only thing that I could hear was the whining of the light control for my jacket. It's got this really high pitched, almost like that sound when you first turn on like a tubular television, where it makes that really high toned electric noise. That's what I hear from my jacket. I should probably go to bed soon. Yeah, the hour's getting pretty late. Drake, was that supposed to be your attempt to make like an onomatopoeia of what that sound is supposed to sound like? Okay. I think that's probably only going to be like the last swallow of whatever's left in my cup here. Yep, that's pretty much the last of it. This is a little jazzy. I kind of like this. How long does maintenance take for new X packs? Um, I was about to say they're probably going to do a 24-hour maintenance to get everything set up and ready to go. Sometimes they do it a little, or open the servers back up a little early. If there's any delays, of course, they'll throw up something on the lodestone. Oh, really? Only 4 hours? Well, considering they did say they want this to be a fully functional, pushed out, ready to go X Pack, that actually makes sense. Dear God, 4 hours. Only 4 hours to wait for it to come up and be released would be perfection, actually. For the record, let me just say how much it sucks, or I really hate the way that a low blood sugar makes you feel. It's almost like you can feel the onset of like dizziness and lightheadedness coming in, and it makes you super hungry, like craving carbs big time. Um, Sometimes depending on how fast it hits you, it can literally make the room spin. And as far as like what it does to you mentally, it actually kind of makes you feel drunk a little bit, to be quite honest. Let's see. Since I've already done the numbers, May and Drake, I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all your payout. So May, you are actually gonna end up with this much. Drake, you're gonna end up with this much. Takeshi, I will mail his out. And then I need to record Miriam's because she's already left. And we're going to go ahead and check to see who else is streaming tonight so we can see who we're going to be rating. Let's see. Let's open up my own channel. Hey, Rain streaming tonight. Ooh, he's playing some Mass Effect. Okay. Let's go raid some Rain. I get in this mood of grr food now. Yeah. Especially if I wake up with a low blood sugar, that is me 100%. I will eat out the entire kitchen. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get ready to raid on over to Rain Yatsu. He's playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition even. So if you haven't checked him out before, definitely be sure to give him a follow. He loves playing scary games, even though right now he's playing Mass Effect. I don't know if I would classify that into the category of scary or a horror game. Still a good game nonetheless. He's also an artist, a really good one on top of that. He's done plenty of commissions, does a series of comics that he's really good at. So definitely be sure to give him a follow if you haven't done so. But nonetheless, thank y'all for coming out. I will see y'all Saturday night when we will be open again at 9 p.m. We'll be streaming again that night too. And y'all have a good one.